Welcome to the March 17th, 2026 Newark Board of Education meeting. Roll call, please. I trust all board members have signed in. We will be recessing to close session unless there is someone that would like to make a public comment. Seeing none, we will discuss public employee discipline, dismissal, release, complaint, conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code 5495 6.9, 2 cases, pursuant to Government Code Section 5495 7.6, update conference with labor negotiators, employee organizations, Newark Teachers Association, California School Employee Association, and unrepresented employees. Public employment, appointment, employment superintendent, conference with labor negotiator, unrepresented employee, new superintendent, district negotiator, board president. With that, we are adjourning to closed session. Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the March 17th, 2026 meeting of the Board of Education. We have just returned from closed session. We will be returning to closed session after the end of the meeting. So, Jasleen, would you please lead us in the pledge? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next, we move on to the approval of the agenda. I would like to have the board approve the agenda with moving number 10.1, Superintendent Report, up to following the Student Board Member Report, following 7.1. So would someone please make that motion?
I make a motion.
I'll second.
Please vote. There are, I'm sorry, I forgot to vote. My vote is yes, so there are 4 yeses with student member block absent. Thank you. Okay. So next, we move on to the emergency resolution update. Superintendent?
Yes, thank you very much. I'm actually very excited about tonight's presentation on the emergency resolution because we are at the conclusion. We believe that there is no need to be able to take any more actions. I do want to thank Travis DeFreitas for his work and his stewardship on helping us get through that rough time and being able to install and work with our contractor to get everything installed with our CalShape person. So well done. Travis, anything else to add about how many units we've actually installed?
No, we have installed thermostat. Like I said, every single unit has a new thermostat installed now. We come to our completion, and as I mentioned before, we're waiting the final list of multiple other repairs that need to be done. Once we receive that, go through all that, we will go out to bid for the miscellaneous repairs that still need to be completed.
Once you receive that, you will
Put an RFP out for bids for those repairs separately.
for those repairs separately. So in terms of the emergency resolution, am I understanding that all of the emergency resolution work has been done?
Correct.
And that we do not need to continue the emergency?
Correct.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
That's fantastic news.
Thank
And how many total units was that about?
Oh, I don't have that total number here,
I
and I
don't
don't
have it in
want to
front of me.
give a wrong number.
Hang on. Let's see if I've got it.
It is.
Yeah, it's on the agenda.
I don't have my computer with me.
Oh, what? Tell me that I've got it on here. Oh, we're talking about 354 classrooms were installed and 183 non-classrooms.
Wow, congratulations.
Thank you.
And I have to tell you, I've won now a friendly wager with a community member who owes me a cup of coffee. Thank you. So then we will take no further action this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Next, we move on to the student report. Ms. Torres?
Okay. Good evening, board members, executive cabinet, staff, students, and New York community. On behalf of New York Memorial High School, I'm happy to share a few updates on student activities and on-campus events. So, students are looking forward to an exciting 99.7 Now Takeover event in the Quad this Friday, which should bring a lot of energy and school spirit to campus. That is something new. On March 27th, the Campus Events Committee will also be hosting a flower-making station, a fun arts and crafts activity for our students on campus to celebrate the start of spring. For our senior class, preparations for graduation are continuing with Grad Night being scheduled for May 17th, and seniors will be finalizing their payments this Friday. Senior recordings were also recently completed for graduation, and senior hoodies have arrived and are currently being handed out. This past Friday, we held the HATS Multicultural Assembly within the Multicultural Assembly Week, which included a variety of student performances celebrating the diversity of our school. And the evening assembly was also open to the public, as this event is always an amazing event for the community to come together and watch the students perform while embracing different cultures within the community. That is all, and this concludes this week's student update.
Thank you very much. So next we have before we have employee organizations, I got it. We have moved the superintendent's report up.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Are we able to put the report up on the screen? Great, thank you. Well, this evening I want to start off with some congratulations and a special recognition for one of our outstanding employees that we have. So if you can do the next slide. Coach K, our athletic director at Newark Memorial High School, has been selected to receive the 2026 NCS Softball Honor Coach Award. Coach K will be presented with this award during the NCS Softball Championships. So congratulations, well done. We know softball is near and dear to her heart, so it's really just an outstanding recognition for her many years of hard work. The second slide. So I want to give you a little update on the 6th grade flex period update. I know there's been a lot of concerns. We've received many emails and communications and concerns and conversations over the last, especially over the last 24, 48 hours with regards to the 6th grade flex period. So one of the things I want to let you know is that we do recognize the importance of transitioning to the middle school and having that support system. And that's one of the things that this particular program has been able to do, and it's done an outstanding job in the past years with being able to really help and support students. And also give them the academic extra enrichment that they also need within that work. There has been no master schedule currently built to date. We usually build that over spring break, so that's not even been done yet. And looking at the FTE allocations that we are giving to the middle school, from what we can tell, there's absolutely no reason, and there's plenty of allocations available for the site flex model to continue and remain. So I want to be able to help make sure that you know that. And our human resources and educational services teams will be working continue to work with the school to help them build their master schedule to ensure that that model remains intact. So I really want to just thank all of you out in the community that have reached out, have shared your concerns and your voice. I'm really sorry that that you felt a need to be able to say this before something had actually even been decided. I want you to know just how important that we believe the flex schedule is. So I wanted to share that with you. Next slide. A little bit about our Milwaukee Forest Planning Festival reminder. It will be taking place tomorrow and on Thursday over at Schilling High School from 9 to 5. Volunteers were invited to help to support the planting and making of this forest. Our students will be monitoring this, and they'll have lessons that will be tied to the project and the saplings that they'll be planting and doing various projects along the lines of that, the lessons that come with the forest planning. There will be 2-hour shifts that are needed. The deadline to be able to apply for that was on March 13th. But I want to thank all those that did volunteer and have signed up. I believe you have received notification if you were cleared already. And then moving on to the next slide, we've got spring break coming up starting on Friday, April 3rd through the 10th. Our district office and enrollment center will be closed during those dates. We want to wish all of our families and staff a wonderful week filled with rest and relaxation. And so enjoy spring break. And that concludes my comments. I hope that helps to dispel any concerns that were out there, especially with regards to our 6th grade program. I know we've got a lot of 6th grade teachers out here in our audience. I just want to thank you personally for the work that you've done on trying to make that a really great program for students in a successful model. So thank you.
Next. Yes. Oh, you have a question?
Yes.
Oh, please.
So, thank you, Superintendent. So just to clarify, for next year, right, there's no plans to change the
Flex
the
model.
flex model at the middle school. And I would anticipate also that if at some point that were going to be a discussion, that we would go through a whole process and get community input and teacher input, et cetera.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think also, and looking at the fact that we continue to shrink down in size, I mean, even the original model, I think that was there, has been, slightly adjusted to be able to accommodate and be able to ensure that the students that need the support systems and the other students that need to have more enrichment have those opportunities. And I think the site staff has done a great job on that particular part of the model. So again, my accolades off to all of them.
Thank you. Next, we move on to our employee organizations. So NTA.
Hello, school board members, executive cabinet, community members, and NTA educators. Happy St. Patrick's Day. There once was a print shop in town where quick copies never let down, with prices quite fair and great folks working there. For big jobs, they're worth seeking around. Tonight, you may notice our crew of NTA members in view. 2 days and a half won't finish the math. 9 articles still must break through. There once was a builder called CPM, whose budgets would drift now and then. On project and site, cost wandered in flight. How can we trust them again? Las Lomitas and La Entrada, too, had bids that looked lower in view, but the totals would grow till the budgets would show the $5 million overbid that went through. This company works out of Redwood City, it said, yet Sacramento's where their employees are bred. If the contract we sign brings crews down the line, no, we must ensure locals are hired instead. So the district must ask before signing away, will locals get jobs and fair access to pay? Or will workers commute from a Sacramento route and workers' earnings all drift far away? There once was Mike Williams so bold, who posted the schedule we'd told. Since December, the cry was, please put it up online. Thanks, Mike, for doing what's owed. 6th graders begin with a core to help them adjust and explore. Social studies and ELA work with math and science each day, building trust and skill needed for more. When 6th graders struggled a bit, Flex Time gave room to revisit. With help right on cue, their scores quickly grew, a boost that is hard to outwit. The data make one thing quite clear. Intervention works well through the year. With support in that slot, 6th graders improved quite a lot, students moving out of the red with no fear. I once gave the cabinet grief for straying from students' belief, but meetings now flow with educators' input to grow. They've turned a new page to my relief. Yet, the board seems to miss the same mark, passing policies out of the dark. Counselors weren't asked, PE teachers not tasked, stakeholders left out of the arc. So please hear the message we send. Let educators in sight extend. Your choices each day shape students' pathway. Work with us and schools will ascend. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have someone from CSEA? Numa? Anyone from Numa? Ah. Welcome.
Good evening, President Thomas, Board, and Executive Cabinet. Speaking of testing, our Yale students are currently participating in LPAC testing as we speak. Many sites have helped students prepare in different ways. We thank all of our staff who helped prep our students, and thank you to our families who have ensured their students showed up to our school to do their best on the test. The test results will not arrive until the end of the school year, around May, when the reclassification ceremony will take place. We look forward to celebrating our scholars who have been reclassified at the reclassification ceremony on May 4th in the evening at Newark Memorial High School. So please, I extend the invitation to all of you to mark that on your calendar and join us for our wonderful evening celebrating our students that have reclassified. That's it. Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you. I believe it's 5.
Okay, thank you. Next, we move on to public comment, and of course, on non-pub agenda items, and we have quite a few. So they're limited to 3 minutes, and per our board policy, the board will limit the total time to 20 minutes. If a situation arises that there are more speakers on a topic than the total time, I will pause the agenda item and reconvene it at the end of the meeting. So I would hope if all of you want to leave early, that you will be succinct in your comments. In order to ensure that non-English speakers receive the same opportunity to directly address the board, non-English speakers who utilize a translator shall be provided at least twice the allotted time. Without taking action, board members or district staff may briefly respond to statements made or questions posed by the public about items not appearing on the agenda. So first is Jeffrey Simon.
Good evening, distinguished school board members, NUSD Executive Cabinet, colleagues, and community members here and watching online. My name is Jeff Simon, and I'm a 3rd grade teacher at Schilling Elementary in my first year of teaching. This may be my first year as a credentialed teacher, but I've been in education for the past 9 years. Tonight, I'm asking the school board to address NUSD's teacher retention issues with NUSD Human Resources. Please don't focus solely on projected district enrollments while ignoring what each individual school site needs for their students' success. Last month, I learned that I was being non-reelected for next school year. For those of you here tonight that don't understand what non-reelection means, you're not alone. Let me clearly state that non-reelection means Human Resources has decided that my position is no longer available to me, and I'm no longer wanted at any school in NUSD. In the corporate world, non-reelection is simply called getting fired. This came as a complete shock to me, since I've had nothing but great feedback from my colleagues, my administrator, and even Miss Karen Allard, who just the day after I was non-reelected visited my classroom to tell me and my students what a wonderful job I was doing as their teacher and how proud she was of the progress they've made in their iReady proficiencies. After being notified of the district's choice to non-reelect, I was given only 24 hours to submit my resignation in lieu of non-reelection. I reluctantly chose to resign. Since my resignation, I've been struggling mentally with the fact that I'm not going to be a part of the hardworking teaching staff at Schilling or even be in this district next year. With my expertise in creating social and emotional bonds and learning opportunities with our student body, my prior experiences with PBIS, and my openness to collaborate and learn from colleagues, I've made positive impacts on the Schilling community this school year. In a recent SST meeting, a single parent thanked me because their child is now showing them respect and taking responsibility for completing their work as a direct result of my teachings in the classroom. Make no mistake, successes like this are happening throughout our district. Please don't let human resources continue to diminish our worth by representing teachers as just another budget savings on a spreadsheet. I'm calling on the board and the executive cabinet to find another way to save money. Please reinstate teachers such as myself that are truly making a difference in our community. Thank you very much.
Again, I would hope that you would be succinct so that in 20 minutes at 7:42, I don't have to pause the non-agenda item public comment. Okay, Sean Fuller?
I have a handout. I guess I'll just give it to you. All right, good evening, Newark Community and Executive Board. And Mrs. Garr, I appreciate what you said about the decision to keep Flex and keep the sixth grade design exactly the way it is for next year. I do disagree with the suggestion that we are crying wolf or jumping the gun on it, because every interaction that I've had with my site admin has told me that there was a difference of 8 FTE from what we had last year projected into next year. And I feel like as of 2 o'clock today, that number changed a little bit. And now we're just looking at, instead of going to possibly 8, keeping 8 sixth grade teachers, now we're looking at keeping the 10, which was what we wanted. But I don't think we were jumping the gun on that, because that's been a major discussion. And Mr. Williams and I, talked about it today. But first of all, I just want to say that this sixth grade design was created over the course of more than a year and had community members and input, and the board approved this in 2022. Everyone has a copy of the essential components, and if you look at that, 6 essential components there. 1 is no longer needed because it said that physical space, unique sixth grade wing for students to have their safe, structured environment. Our site is safe enough now to where we don't need to keep them in that wing. They're out with the rest of the 7th and 8th graders on the campus. In talking with Mike Williams today, it kind of dawned on me that a lot of our district admin were not here 4 years ago when we made the decision to bring sixth grade up to the middle school. And I feel like what's been forgotten is the reputation that Newark Junior High School had just 4 years ago. And in our first year there, it's the only time in my 20-year career that I have ever felt unsafe. Fights every day, sounded like Cal football games. That hasn't been the case, and all I can say about that is that what we've done at sixth grade is working. The data says so. Our principal, Mr. G, has pledged to show you the data at their board spotlight in April, looking at CAS scores, iReady benchmarks, and honor roll statistics. The difference between 4 years ago and today is night and day, and that has trickled on into 7th and 8th grade. All of this was accomplished with 5 different admin in 4 years. There are only 5 remaining core academic teachers in grades 7 and 8, because that's been a revolving door. And it was only last year that 6th grade became its own department. What has been consistent in this turnaround is us. The original 10 teachers at 6th grade, we are still there after 4 years. And that would change. Yeah. And that's
Thank
not
you
to
very
diminish
much.
the
Thank you.
7th and 8th grade and what they've done.
Please, if you can go to 2 minutes, we might be able to get you in. I just think of your colleagues, okay? Okay, we'll just do 7. Miss Araceli?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Araceli Loza. I work for this district for 25 years plus. And I'm here tonight because I received an email from HR department about my vacation situation that I have more than 400 hours to use. And I sent my leave form to be pre-approval for my director. And a month later, I'm not receiving any approval or deny leave form from my supervisor or my director. I request and request and request. I received an email from Mike Williams about my vacation being denied because they say I'm overlapped with blackout days. And according to my union, the blackout days are not approved yet. And then they mess up with the system. They put it in the system, my vacations in my husband's system. So my husband was asking for 2 weeks vacations, and I was asking for 4 weeks vacations. And they messed up, and they put it in him. So how they manipulate the system, how they work in the system. My point is now, my husband went to talk to my supervisor, the director, pardon me, and they fixed it for him. But until today, I called him this morning, and I request him my leave form, approval or denied. And he say, no, I will not return it to you because we're going paperless. But according to the contract, they have 5 days to approve it or deny it, not a month. So they breaking their own contract. They not following your own rules. And plus, they make this huge mess with the system. And they say they're going paperless when most of the 90% of classified employees are using paper. And another thing is they manipulate the system, the secretary and the directors. So why not train the employees? We don't have access to phones, emails, any. And tonight I'm in here that I want to show you 2012 was the last time that they used blackout days. And they send these calendars that we don't mess up with the days so we can save time and effort. And they can return the approval or deny leave form. According to my union, nothing been approved. According to Mike Williams, he said that was approval in the last board meeting. And I have to deal with my union. Why I have to deal with my union? In 25 years, for a leave form, I never deal with my union. This is the job of the HR and director and supervisor. Please
Thank
help
you
me
very
with
much.
this. Thank you.
Hard job, Kaur.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Hardy Kaur, and I'm a 6th grade teacher at Newark Middle School. Today, I'm speaking not only as a teacher at NUSD, but also as a graduate of this district. I graduated from Newark Memorial in 2014 and came back to teach in the district in 2023. During my time as a student at NUSD, I attended what was then Newark Junior High School. Longtime residents of Newark know that the middle school has historically had a very difficult reputation in our city. When I was a student at NMS, gang activity on campus was so high that students were not allowed to wear certain colors. Fights were so common that we never went a week without one, and students knew which bathrooms and hallways to avoid. And that reputation was no secret to anyone living in Newark. It became common for Newark families to keep their children in NUSD for elementary school, but then go somewhere else for middle school, whether private, charter, or neighboring districts. Even today, traces of that reputation exist in our community. To the district's credit, NUSD took steps to address this by bringing 6th grade up to NMS. The goal was to create a more supportive transition into middle school. Our 6th graders move throughout the day in cohorts, meaning they stay with the same group of classmates and work with 2 core teachers instead of 4. This creates a smaller community within a larger school. We also have a built-in intervention block during the school day, which allows us to work with a variety of learners. Simply put, these structures are working. The school my students attend today is completely different from the one I attended and very different from what it was just a few years ago. These changes have helped Newark Middle School begin rebuilding trust with families in our community. Just as importantly, these structures have brought stability to the school. NMS has seen teacher resignations in the double digits at the end of many school years. But of the 10 teachers who started the 6th grade program, 9 are still here and our department has expanded. That type of consistency shapes the culture of the school. That is why the current suggestion from HR to site admin to remove the intervention block and abandon the cohort model for 60 incoming students is so concerning. The program that helped Newark Middle School begin turning a corner is now at risk, and the students who will feel that change first are the 11-year-olds walking onto campus come August. Reputation matters. When families with fifth graders are deciding where their child will go for school, they don't start by reading district reports, they start by talking to other parents. These conversations determine whether families choose to stay in Newark or look elsewhere. I urge the board to protect the momentum NMS has worked hard to build and to reject any suggestion from HR to site admin to take us backward. Thank you.
Florida Ardern.
I'd like to begin by acknowledging our district members who have served the Newark community for many years. To all Newark staff members, no matter the role, we are all connected like a web, all an integral part of our community. You are appreciated. Most importantly, to our families, we would not be here without you. To our board members, your time in service reflects your dedication to this community. You hold great responsibility and make difficult decisions, and always with the best interest of Newark. You make possibilities happen for our communities. 4 years ago, you made a painful decision to close a few schools, breaking the hearts and crushing the dreams of many in our community. But before walking away, you gave us a gift to design something new. Together with the work of teachers, parents, students, and district staff, alongside one another, we created the sixth grade system. With your approval of the design, you sent a team of sixth grade teachers who pioneered this journey together. Over time, our community began to heal and hope. Unexpectedly, plans are being prepared to do away with the sixth grade program. Without the consent of teachers and without using data of best practices, plans are being made to dismantle the community's design. Disregarding our families and without input, our sixth grade program may be demolished. Soon, a change will be brought forward and await your approval. Unfortunately, the ones making the change do not understand. They don't know its history and that this was your gift to the community. Before long, they will likely leave our district before seeing the chaos and damage they leave behind. They have no bond to this design. They took no part in it. Hence, it's easy to do away with. We are bonded with time and many years of service in the community. We dream of a committed district team, one who will set roots in Newark and accelerate our momentum to greatness, a dream we will soon wake to. Our stars have begun to align. Do not change course. It's not an easy path, but worth the wait. Our prosperity will turn the heads of neighboring communities. We are different, unique, one of a kind, built together with the love of our community and its dedicated members. Our student will rise, our staff united, and our community proud and full of pride. Board members, this is your gift to us. This is your legacy, the legacy you will leave behind. Remember your oath.
Thank you. Cindy Parks.
I don't think I could say it any more eloquently than the past speakers that have spoken this evening, and not wanting to burn up any other time, other than to request that you formally make the superintendent reports are not being attached to the agenda before the meetings nor after. So I respectfully request that from now on, like the superintendent report that went up there tonight, that isn't attached to the agenda and they never get attached. So I'd really appreciate it if they were attached. Thank you very much.
Ms. Silvera? Oh, wait, there's two Silveras. Angela? And, well, and Adeline.
Yeah, she'll
No?
be next.
She'll be
She
next.
can have her time. Good evening, members of the school board. I'm Angela Silvera, and I am a parent of 2 students who experienced the 6th grade cohort model. I'm here tonight to respectfully urge you not to eliminate the program or the flex time that supports it ever. I'm not talking about just this year or for next school year. I'm talking about ever. I'm going to kind of fast forward a lot of what I had to say, saying the benefits of how test scores increase, how it makes it feel like a small school, and how they feel very supported by their teachers. But I also am going to go to that. I also want to address trust. When 6th grade was moved to the middle school, families were given clear, very clear assurances. We were told there was going to be intentional supports to ease this transition, cohort groupings and separations from the older students during lunches and breaks. Those promises matters. Those promises that you make matter. But within just 2 years, those supports have already begun to disappear. The separate lunch structure was removed, placing 6th graders alongside 7th and 8th graders. Now eliminating, or possibly eliminating, maybe in the future, cohorts and flex times would remove 2 more critical layers of support. Step by step, the transition is becoming more abrupt, less supportive, and more difficult for our children. At some point, we have to ask, who is this system being designed for? Because from a parent's perspective, it increasingly feels like decisions are being made for the budget, not for the students. And if students are the district's priority, which I've heard all of you say that it is, if they are your clients, so to speak, then these decisions are not serving them well. It also helps explain why many families consider leaving before middle school. If the goal is student retention and strong community trust, then we should be building programs that families believe in, not cutting the ones that are working. And I will just leave that there because my daughter would also like to speak. Thank you.
Thank you.
She has her card. And
Right, but after, this will be the last one.
oh, okay.
So, hi, my name is Adeline Silvera. I am a current 6th grader at NMS, and I would just like sorry if I stutter.
You're doing great.
I'd just like to address that I like having my 2 teachers, Ms. Kaur and Ms. Ramirez, as for 2 periods because I get to connect with them and I get to learn without being overwhelmed or waiting for the next class. I would also like to address that the transition from elementary to middle school is already hard enough, and having to memorize 6 different classes and like where they're at, including the entire school, is really hard, especially with someone who has memory issues. It's really hard to memorize things sometimes. And teachers, general studying things is really hard to memorize in general. So if you have to memorize 6 of those, going from only needing to memorize 1, it's really hard. That's it.
Thank you. There are 4 others that we will take at the end of the meeting before we adjourn. Okay, next we move on to public comment on agenda items. Prior to the board's deliberation on posted agenda items, we will now hear, the speaker may speak later than the item comes up, so I will be asking Ms. Parks, who wants to speak on 11.1, and Ms. Parks, who would like to speak on 14.5. Would you like to speak now or when the items come up? Before the item. Okay, thank you. So next, we move on to new business. 11.1, the RFQ for the Program and Construction Management Services.
Yes, before you this evening is for Measure O. There was a robust RFQ process that was done for selecting the construction management services, capital program management, to provide the program construction services for future Measure O projects. We would ask that the board approve the qualifications for this company.
Is this one that Ms. Parks wants to speak to? Please come forward.
Sitting back there waiting. Okay, so first of all, I just want to say that I'm very disappointed. I'm disappointed because for Measure G, Vanner was here. Vanner was here, they presented to the board, they sold you on why you should go with them. I'm very disappointed that you don't have the vendor here. The other thing I want to say is that the success of this type of an investment, this $205 million, leans heavily on the team, and not having them here and being able to sell you on why you should go with them is disappointing, along with the fact that with Vanner, they introduced the project manager. The project manager is your boots on the ground. They are the individual who's going to be going from site to site, making sure that everything's done properly. They're the ones who, you're paying the big bucks to these people. Where are they? Where are they? The vendors, the contractors, the architects, the subcontractors are going to come and go. You're going to have various different teams that are going to be bidding on different projects. But overall, your construction management team is going to be overseeing all of them. Where are they? As a longtime member of the Measure G Oversight Committee, I can attest to the fact that if we had a bad project manager, we didn't get reports on time, we weren't kept updated properly, we had play structures that they didn't oversee properly that wound up, you have campuses that the play structures weren't where they were supposed to be. And it took the Oversight Committee to point it out that they weren't right. And so this is such an important key component, and again, I'm very disappointed that they aren't here to tell you why you should go with them. The comment earlier that was made about the, this team and that they're up in Sacramento, I mean, where they send their people down here, it's your vendors that's what Banner did sell you on, the fact that they were going to be local. And again, the process that you have to go through to get to those people. But again, where are they to sell you on a large ticket that's going to come out of your $205 million? Because you know that they're going to be responsible for a lot of the payments.
Mr. Hill?
Thank you. So along the lines of what Ms. Parks just said, so I spent most of my career in consulting, and much of that was project management. And I can tell you that it is the boots on the ground that make it happen, right? It's the team. And I've experienced many situations where you see consultants come and they bring in the ritzy partners that are going to pitch you and impress you, but then when it actually comes to the people that deliver, it's not those people. It's we called it driving up the school bus, and so bringing in oftentimes inexperienced resources. And so I think, given the magnitude of what we're talking about here, I think we really need to bring this back, and we need to have their team come and explain why they're the right vendor, what the methodology that they're going to use, and also the specific individuals that are going to be that we can count on. So if the superintendent and the board doesn't have a problem with that, could we bring them back to a future meeting?
Yes. I can just say, if it's the pleasure of the board, we most definitely can do that, and I will take responsibility for not having them here. I think we were going through our process. We were excited about the process, point is just trying to bring the name forward, and I apologize for not thinking about bringing them forward to have them do a presentation. They're stellar.
Ms. Jones?
Were the interviews last week? So you interviewed, my understanding was you interviewed 3 companies. This was the one that the team decided on.
This was the
Could
one
you
that
just
was
give me a
done.
little background in the process that you've come to this company before having them come back? Just
I want to make sure we're not confusing with the asset management.
I am. I apologize.
So this
Yeah.
process actually has been a little bit more rigorous they both were rigorous processes, but this one actually included an RFP that went out. We had vendors, those vendors were narrowed down. The district team interviewed the narrowed down group, and this is the one that they selected.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to kind of understand the process of how these people.
It was a very comprehensive, reading the various project managers that submitted, they were all very, very competitive. They all bring a great deal of experience. This group was chosen for certain, for various reasons that met more of our needs appear with being local, making sure that they could meet the needs of what we did for the types of programs that we have in our first phase in particular.
Okay. Yeah, I would agree with Member Hill. I'd really appreciate them coming. Thank you.
I was here when Measure G was passed and when Banner was the construction company chosen. And the things that Ms. Parks brought up resonate widely with me. I saw that same company, Banner, after giving us a great start with their personnel, kept changing personnel over time. The reports they gave to us were fewer and fewer in between. It was not a good look. And yet that same company, Banner, went to the city and did the whole civic center on time and under budget and did a stellar job. So I think what I want to hear from this company when they come and talk to us is, how are they going to serve us? And I would hope that we would have people on our staff, because I think that was the difference. I think the city had staff people who do a lot of construction and handle building projects. They knew how to keep Banner in line. We did not know how to keep Banner in line, in my estimation. So I think when they come back, I hope you will have them cover their commitment to us and the amount and number of reports they'll give to us and the detail that we'll be getting, and that they won't keep changing personnel for
I
us.
do know one of the questions is who was going to be the project manager that would be, managing the various projects here at Newark, and they did talk about who that was. That person, I believe, was introduced during the interview process as to who would be the lead on that, and then some of the other support services that came with it from their team that they could also offer as being additional services.
Yeah, and I hope they'll keep that team in place for more than a year before changing out the personnel. Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Hill?
Yeah, and Superintendent, I don't want you to come away feeling that I've dismissed the process that
No,
you've
no.
gone through and staff's input. I think that we just want to kick the tires.
No, and I think this is actually, a great thing for our staff to also be aware of for future agenda items as we go through our RFP process, that might be a piece that the board wants to be able to weigh in on and be able to actually hear a presentation. And with the help and support of the president and vice president, we're doing the agenda. It'd be helpful, like if you think this is one that we should be doing a presentation on, to let me know as well, and I'll also be cognizant of that as well.
Thank you.
You do have some exciting projects coming up down the future, and you're going to be seeing from various architects and what they're going to be doing for services, especially when it comes down to that pool project.
Mr. Anguiano?
Just to concur with my fellow board members, exactly what Ms. Parks-Quinahan just mentioned, the commitment that we have, it's a $205 million bond attachment, and we would need to see who they are to represent the company, so they can represent us, represent also the community, and also just to show that integrity to be present, not only today, but also in the future. So I appreciate that.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have home to school transportation plan.
Turn this one over to our new CBO, Victoria Knudsen.
Good evening, Board. Tonight I'm presenting to you what should be now a routine plan or a routine agenda to the board every year. We are obligated to do this by April 1st of every school year in order to claim funds for our home to school transportation plan. So for the 25-26 school year, we are allowed an opportunity to submit for anything in excess of 60% of what we've spent in the prior year for home to school transportation. And that includes special education, but it does not include field trip cost. This is, so again, this is required for us to submit by April 1st to the board of every year. And it is a requirement that we bring this forward to the board. It's also a requirement that the plan includes consultation that we've had with staff, community, and local transportation agencies, which we've done so in the past year with multiple groups. So we've talked with our staff, we've talked with our administrators, we've worked with parents on school site council meetings and parent organization meetings. And we've also worked with our local transportation companies. The next slide. So this is what we are asking for the state to reimburse the district for. Our current allocation that the state provides to us is $340,000 for the current fiscal year. But in the prior year, in 24-25, we're able to claim that $1 million of that was spent in home to school transportation services and also services for students with disabilities. 60% of that is $606,000. So the difference is the $265,000 that we're able to claim if this board should approve our plan for the reimbursement. So our current transportation services that we pay for are any contracted services that transport our students with disabilities. We also have parent reimbursements for families that drive their student to school or to an NPS school. And we also offer our McKinney-Vento students or foster youth students a bus pass, and that is an allowable reimbursement as part of this plan. And with that, if this is approved, we will go ahead and claim for that reimbursement to the state.
I'll make a motion unless someone has a question.
Okay, the motion's been made to approve the home to school transportation plan.
Second.
Seconded. Please vote. Four ayes with, did the student get to vote?
Yes.
The student vote. Yeah, the system is not set up correctly, so the student board member is shown at the top, and I will try to remember to ask for your vote before I announce the votes for everyone else. So we have 5 ayes with member Block absent. Thank you. Next, 11.3.
Thank you. Before you this evening is item number 11.3. You may recall back in December when we had our study session, one of the things that we talked about was the ability to be able to attract and retain employees. A very important part of that is around the health benefit planning services that would go along with that. This will be a study that will need to be done in conjunction with our partners through NTA and CSEA to determine what kind of plan we would want to be able to go with and what we might be eligible for out there. It's a very large study that needs to be done. It's very integral as far as the amount of work that has to go into the actuary tables to be able to position ourselves, to be able to go into either a JPA for the future or other kinds of services that we may qualify for. Understanding the various qualifications of services that might be of a health benefit to our employees, And this will take some time to go through this study. We would like to get the study started as early as the end of this March. We have selected Gallagher Benefit Services. They are a very large operation here in the state and have access to the majority of the JPAs that are out there that we would want to be able to go have conversations with. And also looking at the various models that would be a good fit for Newark Unified School District to be able to offer those benefits. No decision has been made as to what benefits are moving forward. Again, this would have to be studied to be able to help and support our employees to have access to better health benefits. And I'm open to any questions that you may have, and both myself and Mr. Williams be happy to try to address those.
Mr. Hill?
Thank you, President Thomas, and thank you, Superintendent. And I got some input from the community just asking about this, and I just want to clarify. So my experience is we're essentially hiring a consultant to come in and do a study that says, okay, who is Newark Unified? What are the potential types of packages that we might need? And there are a number of different variables that they would have to assess, and then the options, the potential providers, and the costs, and that kind of thing. And although $50,000 is no small sum, but my sense is, just having been a consultant for most of my career and having some exposure to this, that you can't just sort of call around to like one district versus another, because it could very well be you're comparing apples to oranges. So you need to bring in a consultant that specializes in this, and they're going to look at us first and evaluate us, and then they're going to come back, and they're going to also talk with teachers, the community, et cetera, and then come back with potential options that we can consider. But I wanted to make sure that that's a correct understanding. And then number two, how did we decide that we wanted to bring in Gallagher to be the one to do that work?
So I can speak to kind of how we're going to go about the process. So Gallagher would be able to, exactly what you said, Member Hill, about bringing in different representation for options that we may have with health and welfare plans. But to get input, we already have agreement from CSCA and NTA to participate in a health and welfare committee. So once all these companies are selected that would fit our system, we'll be able to review them with Gallagher and make recommendations on what that would look like. Of course, when it comes to health and welfare benefits, that's always a negotiated item, but we at least need to get some preliminary data so we know what we are actually going to negotiate related to health and welfare benefits.
Great. And how do we decide on Gallagher as the provider?
Yeah, I can assist you with that a little bit. So we actually called around to some of the various school districts that actually have used Gallagher here locally, and so we were able to talk with them. Also, they are local to our region. We felt that was important. We know that's a primary piece that the board has asked us to look at, and the fact that they have access to so many different levels. It sets them apart from other places that would just be offering like insurance type brokerage. Really what they need to understand is, like, we've not been in a insurance program, and a lot of them said they couldn't even do that service for us when we actually reached out to them. So Gallagher is one that has been out there with a lot of school districts, cities, and other types of municipals that offer a wide range of health options to be able to help and support employees. And again, it'll be a matter of us studying what will be the best fit for us with the monies that might be allocated for us to be able to move forward through the negotiation process.
And part of our request is that we do look at employee assistance program to be part of what we're looking at to help support our employees as needed.
Well, it sounds complicated, and it seems that this is the kind of process we should go into with some help and experience, and so it sounds.
Yeah,
like
and there'll be
it's
a lot
good.
of information coming back to the committee that the committee's going to have to digest, ask questions on. They'll have to go back and forth to be able to kind of work through some of these things and try to navigate the process. Starting fresh is different than starting when you've already got something. So it's a little bit different having to stair step into something like this. We also want to make sure that we are attractive to JPA. So positioning ourselves to be attractive, to be able to go into a bigger pool from bigger school districts that actually absorb a bigger chunk of the cost that we then can parlay off of and take advantage of that. That would be also another element that this committee will be working on to figure out whether or not this is the right fit for us here at Newark. And of course, I don't think that decision will be made quickly. It will be something that they'll have to study. The way how the contract's set up is if for some reason the committee decides this is not the right approach and we decide to step back out of it, it's broken up into 12 monthly payments. So it's actually done a little bit differently, and with 30 days notice, we can get out of the contract in the study. But I think it's something that's going to take some time to kind of sit there and really take a look at what's in the best interest for all of our employees. It's not something they've had a health benefit committee like this put together, as far as I know, in a very long period of time here at Newark. And many school districts keep a regular health benefit committee that goes back and reviews what they've got to still try to get the best employee pricing for their employees when they're looking at their benefit programs, especially with the rising cost of benefits today.
Thank you. Mr. Anguiano.
Thank you, President Thomas. Just in regards to the actual contract, just the information that we have in front of us, Gallagher Benefit Services, we know it's a large brokerage, and it's one of the top 10 in the area. Being that we're a small district, would we have the same support, same services as the bigger districts? And that would be number one. And just to look into, would it be a monthly contract or would it be a yearly contract?
So it's an annual, it's a yearly contract right now to be able to do the study. And once you go into a different kind of a program, then there would be a different brokerage fee that goes along with that for something else. But for the actual study itself, we're looking at about $50,000 to be able to carry us through with that. And that has, like I said, it's broken down into 12 payments. We can get out of it at any time with 30 days notice. So there is some risk, obviously, but I think for us to sit there and really study the issue and have a company that can help shepherd that is really important. I do want to share with you, it's one of their VPs that will actually be working for us. It's not going to be some young person coming on a team. This is a very difficult study to do because we are starting fresh. So it's a little bit different. We talked about that unique difference, and so I know they are looking forward to coming and actually presenting to the board, kind of like what their scope of services will be. They would like to be able to meet with the team first so we can design what that scope looks like, and they'll be coming back with a report to the board and then some check-ins throughout the way.
And just a follow-up question on that, would we get reports and progress and updates in the meantime in between the sessions there?
I think that'll probably be up to the committee. I mean, at first the committee's gonna be doing some discovery work. So I think as information becomes available, there will be updates and reports, and there will be minutes that will be taken. So you'll have access to the minutes.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Hill, no more? Okay, thank you. Next, we move on to old business.
Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, I'm sorry. I would entertain a motion to approve a contract with Gallagher Benefit Services.
I'll make a motion.
I second.
Please vote. Student board member votes yes. Okay. So it's 5 ayes with student board member voting yes and Austin Block, member Block absent. Thank you. So next, we move on to old business. Superintendent, selection of asset.
I believe this is the one that Member Jones was speaking of just a few moments ago. So the selection of the asset management consultant was done by a subcommittee. They went through a process in looking at various applications. They selected 3 to be able to interview, and of those 3, they have selected one. We're currently in contract negotiations with them. That contract wasn't prepared here today to the standard that I'd want to see. With bringing it forward to you, I was hopeful that we would be able to walk it in and be able to attach it to the agenda. We're going to need a little bit more time, and I would ask that on the 25th that you consider this to be an item added to your agenda on the 25th, although I know you've got a very robust discussion going on for the board evaluation piece. But I think this is important for us to be able to hit some timelines. And with that, I would open it up to Member Hill, who was on the panel along with Member Block when they did the interviews.
Thank you, Superintendent. So yes, we, just to remind the public if they haven't been following this closely, but we've already engaged, we already went through a process, and President Thomas and I worked together on that to hire an attorney that specializes in real estate and school properties and that kind of thing. So Abrahamian.
Yes.
Did I say her name right?
You sure did.
Serene. And she's very experienced and very qualified. But we had decided that we wanted to go in, and before we zeroed in on any one property, we wanted to look at the overall portfolio, and we wanted to do this asset management study. And so Ms. Abrahamian then went out and helped us identify some potential vendors that could do that. And then Superintendent and our consultant helped to coordinate interviews last Wednesday evening. And all three vendors had some interesting things that they brought to the table, and they were all experienced. And we had some discussion afterwards. But in the end, we felt that there was one that we felt brought something special to our district. And so we asked the superintendent to go ahead and to work out some of the contractual details, because at that point there were still some things that were up in the air. And so it sounds like we're still trying to finalize that, but I think we're close.
Yeah, and some of the highlights that you actually see listed on your agenda are some things that we are still working through to make sure that we identify the core scope of what we want them to do based on how the interviews went and what the committee gave feedback on, and then making sure that the pricing is within what we want to be able to do for that particular study.
And just to add one more thing, one of the things that we really did focus on, and there was extensive discussion, was boots on the ground, and specifically the project manager. And if the superintendent can work through some of those requests, I think we would potentially have a very strong project manager for this.
My question is, as with the construction manager, can the asset manager be at the meeting to discuss the contract?
On the 25th, I'm not sure. I have to check to see if they would be available on the 25th. If not, they can come back for another presentation, if that would be okay. Because I know on the 25th, that's when you're doing your board evaluation. Right. It's a very brief meeting. I'd have to see if they are available to come up next week. I don't know what their schedule is.
I would hope that they would do that, because I think, as with the construction manager, it would be nice for us to be able to ask questions and see who it is that's going to be helping us. Thank you.
I can tell you the questions were pretty robust that the committee went through and what they were looking for within the presentation guidelines. I think you would be quite pleased, and they were very similar questions to what we actually had with the prior presentation that we were talking about for project manager. Very similar type style. I will say that the district feels like it's moved into a very competitive and aggressive approach to what our needs are, and not someone telling us what our needs are.
Thank you. Okay, next we are moving on to the consent agenda for non-personnel items. For personnel items. We have item 13.2, personnel report, and 13.3, the Newark Teachers Association salary schedule. Unless a board member wants to pull either of those, I would entertain a motion for approval of 13.2 and 13.3.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I second.
Okay. Member Jones makes a motion. Member Hill makes a second. Please vote. A student board member does not vote on personnel items. Okay. 4 ayes with Member Block absent. Thank you. Next, moving on to the consent agenda and non-personnel items. We have a member that wishes to speak to, a community member that wishes to speak to 14.5. Ms. Parks?
Good evening. Numerous times over the last been concerns expressed by the public and a few board members about the financial disparity in the Think Together after-school program across Newark school sites. Some families may know the current after-school fee structure varies from site to site. At the Newark Middle School, Schilling Elementary, and Coyote Hills Elementary, all students attending the program for free, whether they qualify as unduplicated pupils, UPP, or not. But at Birch Grove Primary, Birch Grove Intermediate, Kennedy and Lincoln, only UPP families get free access. Non-UPP families at those school sites pay $450 per child per month. Tonight, you're considering the contract for the Think Together non-instructional day, also known as Extended School Year Program or Summer School. The Think Together non-instructional day program will be held at Schilling from June 2nd to June 30th. The item states there will be no enrollment fee for unduplicated students. Non-unduplicated students are encouraged and welcome to attend. Total cost for the 20-day program will be $450, same as the school year, to offset the total amount of the Think Together contract. My first question is, since the agenda item make no delineation by school site, are you and the public supposed to assume that moving forward, all non-UPP students district-wide will be charged the $450 fee equally regardless of their home school? My second question is, once the agenda item is approved tonight, what specific notification process will the district put in place to clearly alert families about this fee structure, especially the families of non-UPP students at the middle school, Schilling, and Coyote Hills? My third question is, how can you offer only a 20-day summer school program this year instead of the full 30-day non-instructional day program provided in the previous years and still fully comply with Education Code 46120 without it risking your ELOP funding compliance or apportionment? I respectfully ask that the board to seek answers to the 3 questions I posed tonight so that Newark families can have clarity and can plan accordingly. And I will remind you, this is an item on the agenda. This is not public on non-agenda items, and so therefore you can seek answers to the questions that I posed. Thank you.
Staff?
I will ask Ms. Allard to see if she has answers. Otherwise, we would have to bring back some of the answers to the questions.
For question number 3, we are allowed to offer a 20-day. We are allowed to offer a 20-day summer school program and also bring in 10 additional days during the school year. This is an idea that we have been thinking about. So for example, during professional learning days, often during our staff cannot attend because they cannot get childcare. So we can use those 10 non-instructional days during the school year in which we can offer some childcare so that staff can attend some of the events that we have. That is why we are offering 20 days this school year. I'm also going to look at my colleague Victoria for some of the non-UPP charged equally, as we were just talking about this earlier today as well. Notification process will be the same as always. We will send a letter out to the community letting them know of what we're offering, just like we did before the school year where we had to make a difference because of the cost that we had, and be available for questions as our extended manager or coordinator of extended learning will be available to answer any questions.
Ms. Allard, and is the program being offered at all sites or just at certain sites this year for summer?
All sites are available to attend.
Board? Mr. Hill?
Thank you. And so so UPP, it's free. And for non-UPP, for everybody across all sites, it's $450. Is that right? Okay. And then regarding the parental notification, do we have a sense of how far in advance we would send out notices or what that process would look like?
We have a flyer and letter that's ready to go tomorrow pending the vote tonight.
Okay. Okay. Great. Okay. Thank you.
Is the requirement for 30 days a requirement? In other words, do we have to have a plan and provide 10 additional days during the school year?
You have to offer 30 additional days above and beyond the school year.
So that means that...
So you can offer 20-day summer school, I'm proposing 10 additional days during the school year to offer support to our families when our students are not in session.
Do you have that plan in place? Have you looked at the calendar and decided how you're going to do the 10 days? Because they are required.
It's in
correct?
negotiation. We're talking about it right now, but what's before you tonight is only the 20-day summer school program.
Okay, and so would Think Together be involved in the 10 days?
Yes.
So it would be part of their contract? It's not part
Right,
of
'cause
their summer contract?
we're
it
just
would
bringing
be-
you a contract for the 20 days this evening. We'll be coming forward for the contract for the 26-27 school year.
Okay, thank you. Usually what we do with consent items is oh, I'm sorry. Well, I was going to say this anyway, that we usually just pull the items and talk on them after we have a vote on all of the other consent items, so I will take care of that after we vote on this item. Mr. Anguiano.
Yes, thank you, President Thomas. Also, Ms. Adler, really appreciate you sharing that. Within the 20 days of the summer day program, being that it's summer, is there a way that we go ahead and reduce the fee from $450 to the non-UPP and give them a discount of some sort during the summer, since it's only 20 days?
It is a 9-hour program, as we are required to do for the ELOP funding. So if you divide that, it's about $2 an hour. As we looked at local establishments within the community offering, they're up to $300 or more per week. So we thought that it was a fair amount to keep the same amount, as well as they're having longer hours during that 20 days.
So just to follow up on that, summer is very long for some of our families, which is really tough, it's difficult. And we mentioned that we give support. What other alternatives are we giving our families in regards to helping, supporting them during summer, especially when some of our kids are left unattended at home? And just the safety concerns around that. We should start looking into how can we really modify or support our students with other activities or projects or programs around our community.
Noted. We try and get some summer school offered to at our sites. Our teachers love their summer, so it's hard to get additional summer programming going, but it's something that we can definitely look into a little bit more. But this is what we're able to offer at this time.
Ms. Jones and then Mr. Hill.
I would say I'm going to actually take the other point of view on what Member Aguiano was saying. We normally charge $450 for an after-school program that is 3 hours on most days, 3.5 hours, and Friday's a little bit longer. This is over double that for the same price. I do know there are some great day camps in town. There's one for 5 weeks through Ash Park that's, I think it's like $40 for 5 or 6 weeks total for the 4 hours during the day. So there are definitely some options out there to help families. I think the $450 is pretty reasonable for a 9-hour a day, 4-week program is basically what we're offering. So I understand this is for summer. I know that I'm interested in finding out, are you still potentially working on some other kind of after-school care other than Think Together, or are you leaning towards, is staff leaning towards Think Together again for next year? I know that there was a lot of discussion around other possibilities. If you could just fill me in briefly on that.
We're still leaning for Think Together next year, but a different type of program with more clubs and enrichment activities, a different model that we've been researching as we've been talking to other districts throughout the state and their models as well. We've had conversations with Think Together and what that can look like and change, and we're waiting for their proposal.
Okay, great. Thank you. Mr. Hill.
So both Member Jones and I serve on the City Liaison Committee. And some of you may not know this, but I'm an incredibly power-hungry individual. And so as the opportunity to become the chair of this committee came up, I offered to arm wrestle member Member Jones, but she's much more sophisticated and cultured than I am, and so she just declined. So I have all the power, which includes putting agenda items on the agenda, and this might be an excellent item to put on the agenda to see if the city can help provide some child care, child support during the summer. So
I can answer that just a little bit. We are going with Think Together because we did have conversations with the city first back in the January, and they just felt at this time that they were not able to partner with us.
With that said, though,
we can be very persuasive.
But with that said, the city is offering a number of programs this coming summer to our students, and we are good partners with them. We will be getting out those flyers that they have and making sure that our families know about the access to the variety of programs being offered here in the community.
Thank you. Could I please, unless there's other comments, have a motion and a second for the contract between Think Together and NUSD?
I'll make a motion.
I second.
So Member Jones makes a motion, Member Hill seconds. Please vote. Member, how do you vote? Yes? Student board member votes yes, so it's 5 ayes with Member Block absent.
She's abstained.
Oh, she abstained. Okay, she abstains, thank you. So it's 4 ayes with Member Block absent and the student board member abstaining. Thank you. So the next I would, unless the board member has any other items to pull, I would entertain a motion for approving item 14.1 through 14.4 and 14.6 through 14.18.
I'll make a motion to approve 14.2 because 14.1 is a placeholder.
Right.
Through 14.4, 14.6 through 14.18.
I second.
Please vote. Student board member? Student board member votes yes. So it's 5 ayes with student member block, school board member block absent. Thank you.
I'm sorry, who made the second? Thank you very much.
Agnes, before you leave, there's a really nice pen sitting up here on the floor. I don't know if anybody lost their pen. Okay.
Okay. Next, we go back to hear from folks that wanted to make a public comment, and we didn't have enough time. So, Erin Harmon.
Can I go grab her?
Huh? Pardon?
Can I go grab her?
Sure. I'll go to the next one. Fabiola Cruz. Next. Fallon Takahashi.
Oh, that was, she just left too.
And Chris Nakata. Oh, they just left now? Oh. Oh, is there, oh, well, come forward. If your card's in here, I'm sure I can find it.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you to the board and executive committee for letting me speak. I am a parent at Kennedy Elementary, and I'm just here today because I was very surprised to hear that our teachers are working not on a contract. So I'm just here to ask the board to please prioritize scheduling additional negotiation meetings with our Newark Teacher Association, because I mean, you guys, we already heard it. We are losing teachers, and I think we have fantastic teachers here, so I really hope that we can work to retain these fantastic teachers and also create stability for our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Please.
I submitted a card as well.
Sure. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jory Fields. I'm a parent of 1 and soon to be 2 students at Lincoln Elementary School. I am also an 8th grade teacher in the Palo Alto School District. And all 3 of our middle schools in Palo Alto have implemented a similar cohort model to Newark's 6th grade model. The 2 core teachers work better for student-teacher relationships and ease the communication with parents. Teachers with fewer students can reach out to parents twice as often as teachers with more than double the number of students. Soft entry into middle school is better for the community, both for the students and the parents. This means, as a trickle down, when the students finally reach the upper grades, 8th grade, high school, we can see the change. The parents are better prepared to support their students, and the extra attention given to the students by their 6th grade teachers helps to train the students, not only to be better students, but also to adjust their behavior as they begin to mature as adolescents and young adults. Social skills are not intuitive, especially in our new world of technology and social media. Small cohorts, flex, wheel rotation, and the fewer number of core teachers helps to address this. By the time the students reach their 8th grade teachers, reach high school, they are better prepared students and members of our community because of the love, dedication, and opportunity given to the 6th grade core teachers. I'm glad that we decided not to change anything this year, but I hope that we continue to keep it this way. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. So next we move on to committee reports, announcements, requests, debrief, and discussion. And I'll begin with Mr. Hill.
Thank you, President Thomas. I think we're just in that time when there's a lot going on and we just got to take it over the finish line. So really appreciate everybody's help from bottom to the top, and let's just make it happen.
Thank you. Ms. Jones?
I just want to thank parents and staff for their commitment to serving the kids, making that a really big priority for them. I agree. The kids are our number one concern, and I think that we need to continue with the 6, really looking at what's best for the 6th graders. I appreciated the kiddo who got up and spoke tonight. She's definitely why we're here, is to help those 6th graders make that transition, and it is really important. And the culture at the middle school is way different from when my kids were here, and I really appreciate it a lot. It's a very positive, we've gone in a really positive direction, and I'm proud of what we as a district have done for our middle school, especially in turning it around. The other thing I want to make sure is that that staff and superintendent reports are attached with the minutes. So when we're bringing the minutes forward, if we can also note that those reports are attached, that would be important from a minute standpoint, and making those public documents public. So if we can make sure that that happens, I would really appreciate it. So thank you.
Member Anguiano?
Yes, just to echo what our fellow members went ahead and mentioned, just thank you for everyone that came out, that showed support. Also, the emails, thank you for really taking the time and considering and really giving us feedback. The 6th grade team, not to leave 7th and 8th grade out, we know it's a strong foundation, a strong core. Thank you for all of you that really give everything and to our kiddos. I do look forward to continuing to support with my kiddo coming into 6th grade as well. So I'm really excited about that. Also, just to give a shout out to the HATS multicultural performance over the week. Friday was amazing. Ms. Canales put on a show, like always. Also, the team, the support of the families, the parents, and the students. It's really remarkable when you have the talent that our children have, and it's on full display. So really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much to everyone. And also Superintendent Vacar, thank you for your time and also just giving us a quick update on what's happening in the community, which really appreciate just giving that feedback to our constituents and also our community. Thank you.
And I'd like to add my thank you to the community for coming out tonight, for staff for all of their hard preparation. I do have one request, and that is that we create a list, and in the past it's been attached to the bottom of the agenda, a list of ongoing board member requests. I've made a request, and a community member made the same request through a PRA, and it's been several times when I brought it up, and it has not been filled, even though there's been promises. So please, we need to have responsiveness to our requests. Thank you. And with that, we are going to adjourn the meeting and go back into closed session. Well, adjourn to closed session, right? Yes, but may I say? Oh, I'm sorry. You're next.
Thank you. First of all, I also want to thank the community for coming out this evening. I know that there were a lot of concerns. I appreciate the board members reaching out to myself and the team to ask us questions in advance. That is much appreciated. Ms. Thomas, we do have a running list that we keep. It's not a problem to put that on the agenda for requests that are asked for and for us to continue following through with that. I gotta say something, there's been a lot of work that's been done. I think the community also needs to know just how much time that all of you have been putting in here over the last couple months. It has been a tremendous amount of evenings and weekends, and I know it's just not just weekends, it's hours and hours and hours on the weekends. And so I appreciate the work and the stewardship that you are giving to the community. We are happy to try to help respond and help support you in those processes. We're small, we're mighty, we really care. And I think the results that we saw this evening and listening to the community about a program that's working well, that had been put into place, I think is an important element. I'm glad that they had a chance to come out and share with us just how much they appreciate that particular program. And I'm sorry that the messaging out there was that there wasn't going to be an intervention model available for our 6th graders that had been created. But going back and looking at the FTEs, they were definitely there. And so I'm very sorry that that was a miscommunication. But all models should be evaluated periodically to see, whether they should be adjusted or changed. We've talked about that with a variety of things that we have. I would hope that that's a model of continuum that we would go off and continue doing. I didn't know until today that the board even sat there and looked at that model because it had been so long and there's been so many staff changes. So I wasn't aware of that until just today. So that was a new piece that I learned as well. And again, I look forward to sharing some of the exciting things that are happening and bringing back both the asset management as well as the project manager at a future meeting here for you to be able to be introduced to. So thank you very much.
Thank you. If I didn't miss something else, we're going to adjourn to closed session.
Victoria, you get to join me. Karen gets to go home. Oh, lucky girl. She's got some kind of Disneyland trip planned.
quite.
Oh, they are.
For that resolution, we'll just have to have Austin.
Does it say part-time president or does it say president? Mr. Wilson, does it say part-time president or does it say president?
Can you borrow your keys?
Yeah. That's me, I know I'm not supposed to. No, I'm not gonna forget it, I'm not gonna forget it. I know, I'd be like grading, I own that. Okay. So he knows. So he knows like that. So he sees that. So it was to the point where in high school,
Posted a sample letter and said. That's what I did. Okay. So I did it for the 5th grade parents. Okay. Yeah, because your ones are on a separate thread, right? Okay, so, so Kristen called me today, and I'll bet you she called me about you, because she said she was just talking to somebody about doing it, and she goes, this person was asking questions, and I don't want to answer it unless I know for sure that this is right.
Right, so that's, yeah,
Okay,
that's
that's
crazy,
okay.
because yes, so what I did is I.
This is Newark.
But I know, but that is what I mean, our community, when it's like to come together, they come together, and it's not just that, they back, so when she said, this one day, Well, that's what I thought.
They meet the second Tuesday of the month, and they meet over at the North Library. From 6 to 8. So she's wearing the library, and it's from 6 to 8. The second Tuesday of the month.
This year.
With Stephanie?
With Steph, well, I was the one running it. She's, her, Gio, and Sonia have been classmate parents since, first grade. I've been the art parent since first grade.
Oh, okay, okay.
So we've always been.
So you took over
Stephanie.
from Christy?
So.
Because wasn't she the art parent?
Oh, there's 3 classes.
Oh, okay.
So there's 3
still
classes. So Stephanie is the head class for one class. Gio's another one for the other class. And Sonia is the third parent for the third class. So then we have 3 art parents as well. And each student has their own art. So I've been art parent for Sonia's group, since first grade. So I've seen the first conversation since first grade all the way now to 5th grade. So I told you that I ran into Emily's. I know, I don't trust this year, and I was supposed to do, but I have a date on restaurants. And we started to sell while Stephanie, Gio, and I figure like date on which Rachel worked on like other July 17th or on hand. Setting up all the events and everything. So I figured like I met him and then like go in and find these places and call the places. But then like he was just trying to set everything up because eventually he never did. So the ones that I took care of were just online. So it was just online. They were supposed to be passive. I would post them on my Facebook or put it up public. We always see.
I was just trying to think about it because Jackson's sister. Okay, hold up. I know y'all have like had kids. Oh, Jackson. Okay, maybe it's you're gonna give them a year. Yes. Okay. 650. Yeah. Oh, you're talking about Jackson High School. Okay. Okay. I have no. Let me. I know names. Name? Have you? Oh my God. So bad. Yes.
We have just returned from closed session and no action was taken. Meeting adjourned.